Good morning from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Stephen Clark, editor of spaceflightnow.com, and welcome to our live coverage of today's scheduled launch of the Axiom 1 mission, the first all-private crew mission to the International Space Station. You're looking live at Launch Complex 39A, where a Falcon 9 rocket is standing vertical in preparation for a liftoff at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 15:17 UTC, with a crew of 4 heading up to the International Space Station for a planned 11-day mission. This is the first all-private crew mission to the space station. Every crew mission to date, including those that have flown with private citizens or space tourists, have been managed by a government space agency, such as the Russian space agency Roscosmos or NASA. Today's mission is different, however, because this mission is managed under the auspices of a commercial contract between Axiom Space, a Houston-based company, and SpaceX. Axiom also has an agreement with NASA for crew accommodations on the International Space Station. And now you're looking live at the convoy, the 2 Tesla SUVs heading out to Launch Complex 39A with the crew of 4 on board, 2 of these private astronauts in each of those Tesla SUVs. They just passed our location here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, heading out to the suit-up room at the southern perimeter of Pad 39A. A beautiful morning here on the space coast of Florida. This crew, led by Commander Michael López-Alegría, a retired NASA astronaut, now a vice president at Axiom Space. He's commanding this mission. And 3 Axiom customers are also aboard this flight. Larry Connor, a U.S.-based businessman and entrepreneur, is serving as co-pilot on this mission. Also on board are Eytan Stibbe, an Israeli citizen and a retired Israeli Air Force fighter pilot, also an Israeli businessman and entrepreneur and investor, and Mark Pathy from Canada, a Canadian businessman and investor and entrepreneur. Those 3 passengers on board this mission paid their way. They're customers of Axiom Space. Again, Mike López-Alegría is an Axiom employee and a retired NASA astronaut with nearly 258 days in space to his credit throughout his prior career as a NASA astronaut. Now T-minus 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 30 seconds. The AX-1 crew members are now approaching the suit-up room at Pad 39A. They'll go into that facility and spend roughly an hour or so. They'll get a weather briefing from SpaceX's launch team as well as from the 45th Weather Squadron. And then they'll proceed into the suit-up room to put on their white custom-made pressure suits. These are the garments that the astronauts will be wearing during the launch, also during the docking sequence at the International Space Station, and during the re-entry and splashdown later this month. Weather conditions look favorable here at the Kennedy Space Center for liftoff today, with a 90% chance of favorable weather. SpaceX is monitoring some of the weather conditions downrange along the Falcon 9 rocket's flight corridor heading northeast from the Kennedy Space Center. They'll be watching out for things like wind speeds and wave height to make sure that conditions downrange are acceptable for a potential splashdown of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The Crew Dragon capsule has a number of abort zones along the flight track, which runs roughly parallel to the east coast, northeast from Florida's Space Coast, and then off the Canadian Maritime provinces, and then out over the North Atlantic Ocean, stretching over toward Ireland. And SpaceX wants to ensure that conditions all along this path are acceptable for a safe splashdown of the Crew Dragon in the event of a launch abort. SpaceX is also watching winds and seas and other atmospheric conditions at the first stage boosters recovery zone, roughly 340 miles northeast of the Kennedy Space Center, where SpaceX's drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas, is on station this morning. The first stage booster will attempt to land on this drone ship roughly 9 minutes or so after liftoff. This booster flying today will be making its 5th trip to space, following previous missions dating back to 2021. 2020, rather. So throughout the morning, we'll be on air with updates on the status of the countdown. Once we start receiving video from Axiom and SpaceX, we'll be showing views from the launch pad of the astronauts as they walk out from that suit-up room and arrive at the pad deck, and then ride the elevator up the fixed tower and walk across the crew access arm to begin boarding the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The crew is expected to begin boarding the Crew Dragon spacecraft around 8:37 a.m. Eastern Time, or 12:37 UTC. The hatch is scheduled to be closed around 9:22 a.m. Eastern Time, and then fueling, propellant loading of the Falcon 9 is scheduled to begin at T-minus 35 minutes, or at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Time, all leading up to liftoff at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time, or 15:17 UTC. This mission has an instantaneous launch opportunity today. So if weather or a technical issue prevents launch today, SpaceX would attempt to recycle for another launch attempt no earlier than tomorrow, depending on what the issue was that caused a scrub today. But right now, everything is go for launch. We're not aware of any technical issues being discussed. The weather conditions are favorable here at the Kennedy Space Center. Now 4 hours and 2 minutes left in this countdown for SpaceX's Axiom 1 or AX-1 mission, carrying a crew of 4 to the International Space Station. T-minus 3 hours and 30 minutes until the launch of Axiom's Axiom AX-1 mission aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. You're looking at a live view of Pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 is standing with the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft on top of it. The 4 private astronauts who will be riding this vehicle into orbit today are now in the suit-up room on the southern perimeter of Launch Complex 39A. In the past few minutes, they've received a weather briefing to get the latest update on the weather conditions here locally, as well as along the ascent corridor toward the northeast that the Falcon 9 will fly on the way to the International Space Station today. The next step for those 4 commercial astronauts will be to put on their launch and entry spacesuits. These custom-made suits are designed and made by SpaceX, and they're fitted for each crew member. And once they get those suits on, they will run through pressure checks to make sure that those suits are holding a good seal. And then the 4 crew members will depart the suit-up room and board the 2 Tesla SUVs that will take them up the ramp to Pad 39A itself. The suit-up room is just about a quarter mile south of the launch complex itself. For these commercial private astronaut missions, SpaceX is using one of its own facilities near the launch pad for the suit-up of the Crew Dragon astronauts. For NASA missions, they use the traditional NASA suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building over at the Kennedy Space Center industrial area. That's the same facility that was used by the Apollo astronauts, as well as the Space Shuttle astronauts, and for all of the NASA missions that have flown with SpaceX to date. We do expect to see views of the 4 crew members inside the suit-up room in a few minutes once SpaceX's live broadcast begins, and we'll bring those videos to you live. Now, inside of T-minus 3 hours and 7 minutes until launch of the Axiom AX-1 crew mission to the International Space Station, we just heard from SpaceX Mission Control out in Hawthorne, California, that the 4 crew members set to ride the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft into orbit today have put on their launch and entry suits. These are the white space suits, the pressure suits made by SpaceX, custom fitted for each crew member. The astronauts are in the Falcon support building just on the southern perimeter of Pad 39A. And in a few minutes, we expect to see the 4 crew members walk out of that building, get into the Tesla SUVs that will carry them up to the pad, and then drive up the ramp to the base of the Falcon 9 rocket, and they will ride the elevator up to the crew access arm, and then walk across that crew access arm and board the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Everything looks good for launch at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 15:17 UTC. The weather conditions here at the Kennedy Space Center are favorable for launch today, with a 90% chance of acceptable conditions for liftoff of the Falcon 9. And the weather conditions downrange along the Falcon 9's flight corridor also look good. The latest report from SpaceX indicates that winds and sea states all along that ground track over the Atlantic Ocean are looking good for today's flight. SpaceX wants to make sure those conditions are acceptable to allow for a safe splashdown of the Crew Dragon spacecraft in the event of a launch abort. You're now looking at a view of the Falcon support building out at near Pad 39A, where the 4 crew members are expected to depart momentarily to begin their journey just about a quarter mile or so up the ramp to Pad 39A.
Core on countdown. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 4 minutes. Crew walkout.
And here come the 4 Axiom 1 crew members, led by Michael López-Alegría, a retired NASA astronaut. He's second from right there in this view. He's commanding this mission. He's joined by Larry Connor, just to the left of López-Alegría in this view, with his arms crossed. He's the pilot. On the far left is Mark Pathy of Canada, and on the far right is Eytan Stibbe of Israel. These are the 4 crew members heading to space today. This is the first all-commercial flight to the International Space Station, part of an effort supported by NASA to help develop the business and economy in low Earth orbit, to build a business case for future standalone private space stations that could take over the mantle from the International Space Station once it's retired. In this split screen, you can see the 4 Axiom 1 crew members on the left side, and one of the Teslas, well, was Mike López-Alegría and Larry Connor, with Eytan Stibbe and Mark Pathy in the other vehicle. They are expected to depart this Falcon support building shortly to head up the ramp to Pad 39A. This facility is located just outside the perimeter fence to the launch pad, and the Teslas look like they're about to be beginning their journey up the ramp to the pad. And the vehicles are in motion. This will be a very quick trip up the ramp. This building is very close to the pad perimeter. T-minus 3 hours and 2 minutes. In this view, you can see the crawlerway that was used for the Space Shuttle and the Saturn V rockets that previously flew from this launch pad. Also some cameras, some remote sound trigger cameras out there placed by SpaceX and NASA and news media photographers. And the convoy will soon pass the Falcon hangar. You'll see that on the left side of this view. Once they pass that facility, that's where the Falcon 9 rockets are assembled and integrated with their payloads. The hangar now in view. And the caravan will be passing this hangar that's emblazoned with the SpaceX insignia and the U.S. flag. Now passing through the security gate to pad 39A. And they will be proceeding up the ramp now, up that incline to the top of the pad. Liftoff now about 3 hours and 30 seconds away. Liftoff time is pegged for exactly 11:17 and 12 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 15:17:12 UTC. That's the exact moment that the rocket needs to take off to make its journey to the space station. It's timed for roughly the moment at which the Earth's rotation brings Launch Complex 39A under the orbital plane of the space station.
Core on countdown 1. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes. Crew have arrived at the pad. We are ahead of schedule.
Now T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes and 12 seconds. In this view, we're showing a split screen. On the left is the SpaceX webcast showing views from Launch Complex 39A. We just saw the view from inside the Teslas, the crew now getting out of those vehicles. And this aerial shot shows the crew members beginning to walk over closer to the Falcon 9. They'll get a great view looking up at the 215-foot tall vehicle, or 65-meter tall vehicle on launch pad 39A. On the right side, you can see our static view of pad 39A from our location here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, a little over 3 miles away. In this shot, you can see Eytan Stibbe and Mark Pathy in their custom-made SpaceX launch suits. Now the other two crew members, Michael López-Alegría and Larry Connor, joining them. This is an opportunity for the crew to get a rather spectacular view of the vehicle they'll be riding to space today. This is also an opportunity for the crew members to get some fresh air. They can take a bathroom break here if they need to, and then they will be riding the elevators up to the crew access arm to begin boarding the Crew Dragon capsule. You're seeing views now from the fixed umbilical tower at pad 39A, where the first two crew members have taken the elevator up, and the second pair of astronauts now going to be riding up the elevator to the fixed umbilical tower to the crew access arm to begin boarding the spacecraft. Continuing to watch views from the tower out at pad 39A, where the 4 Axiom 1 crew members are taking in the view of Florida Space Coast. This view shows the access arm that they will walk across to begin boarding the Crew Dragon spacecraft in a few minutes. The crew members readily visible with their white spacesuits. This is also an opportunity for the crew members to use the phone on the launch pad to call their loved ones before they launch into space today. The personnel in the black suits are the SpaceX closeout crew. These are the team members who will be helping the astronauts board the spacecraft. Then they'll help perform pressure checks on the astronaut spacesuits and on the Crew Dragon capsule itself, and then they'll be closing the hatch and then performing those pressure checks on the Crew Dragon and make sure everything is shipshape before evacuating the pad, leaving the 4 crew members as the only people out at the launch pad once propellant loading begins. Kerosene and liquid oxygen will be loaded into the Falcon 9 beginning at T-minus 35 minutes. Now you're seeing Mike López-Alegría and Mark
On countdown.
Pathy
We're at T-minus
walking across the
2
crew
hours, 15
access
minutes.
arm.
Crew have arrived at the White Room to prepare for ingress.
They'll be arriving in the White Room. They are now in the White Room to begin boarding the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. Pilot Larry Connor and mission specialist Eytan Stibbe remain back on the fixed tower. One of them is now making a phone call. And once López-Alegría and Pathy are aboard the vehicle, and the other two crew members will be called across the arm to begin their boarding process. The crew members are now signing their names on the wall of the White Room. This is a tradition that started back with NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, who were the first two astronauts to fly on a Crew Dragon spacecraft. They launched back on May 30th, 2020 on this same spacecraft, the Crew Dragon Endeavour capsule. This is the third flight of this Endeavour spacecraft. So every crew member who flies on Dragon signs their name on the wall of that White Room. For NASA missions, the astronauts sign their names around the NASA logo, the meatball, the blue insignia there. And for private astronaut missions, they sign around the X, the SpaceX logo, on the wall of that White Room. Larry Connor and Eytan Stibbe, two customers of Axiom Space flying on this mission, now walking across the walkway, the crew access arm to the White Room. Connor is an American businessman, an entrepreneur, and investor who is paying his way to space today. Stibbe is an Israeli entrepreneur and philanthropist and a former F-16 fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force. He'll become the second Israeli citizen to fly in space after Ilan Ramon, who flew on the Space Shuttle Columbia back in 2003, and he lost his life with his 6 crewmates when Columbia broke apart during re-entry over Texas. Here you can see the SpaceX crew, the closeout crew helping the astronauts with their suits. They'll be helping the astronauts into their spacecraft momentarily. Commander Mike López-Alegría has now taken his seat in the spacecraft. In this view from an in-cabin camera, Canadian Mark Pathy has taken his seat on the far right side of the spacecraft, the starboard seat, and the SpaceX closeout team is helping each of the crew members get situated in their seats. They'll buckle them into their seats, and then once all the crew members are on board, they'll run the astronauts through a pressure check of their spacesuits to make sure they're keeping a good seal. All this will take the better part of the next hour or so before the hatch is scheduled to be closed. And once the hatch is closed, the closeout crew will perform leak checks on the spacecraft to make sure it's keeping a good pressure seal before today's launch. Liftoff, again, is scheduled for 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 15:17 UTC. This is the first all-private crew mission to the International Space Station without a leadership role from a government space agency such as NASA or Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. This mission is managed by a Houston-based company called Axiom Space. Axiom is a private firm that contracted with SpaceX for this mission. They've also contracted with SpaceX for at least 3 additional private crew flights to the space station. NASA does have a secondary role. Once the crew gets to the space station, NASA will be in charge of their safety, and NASA will be providing accommodations for the astronauts for their stay on the space station, which is scheduled to last approximately 8 or 9 days. So all of this activity that you're seeing now is occurring at the 265-foot level of the launch pad. Michael López-Alegría is the only spaceflight veteran on this crew. He's flown to space 4 times before today, 3 times on the space shuttle and once on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for a long-duration expedition on the space station. He has logged nearly 258 days in space leading into this mission. He's also accomplished 10 spacewalks in his career as a NASA astronaut. He is 63 years old, was born in Madrid, Spain. He's now a U.S. citizen and retired captain in the U.S. Navy. His most recent mission ended in April 2007, so he'll be returning to space 15 years after his last mission ended. T-minus 2 hours and 42 minutes. Now inside of 2 hours and 41 minutes. On the upper right, you can see the real-time countdown clock. This is a clock that is provided to us by NASA in real time, showing the exact time until liftoff. The clock you're seeing on the SpaceX feed near the bottom left of this view is delayed somewhat. The SpaceX feed does have around 20 to 25 seconds of latency in it. We hope to get a real-time clock and a real-time video feed from NASA beginning about an hour prior to launch. But everything you're seeing right now on SpaceX's stream, which we are providing to you on our broadcast, is on a delay of about 20 to 25 seconds. So that's the reason that you're seeing in some of our views clocks with two different times. The clock that you're seeing now at the KSC press site is the clock in real time, and the clock that you will occasionally see on the upper right of our screen during our broadcast is also the real-time clock. In this view from an aerial helicopter shot, you could just see moments ago the Space Launch System, NASA's Artemis 1 moon rocket out on pad 39B, about 1.6 miles north of pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 is standing for launch this morning. The Space Launch System rocket has been on pad 39B for the last few weeks, undergoing preparations for a wet dress rehearsal. This dress rehearsal involves a loading of cryogenic propellants. It's a simulated countdown to exercise the Space Launch System components and ground systems before the real launch day for the Artemis 1 moon mission. NASA has attempted to conduct this wet dress rehearsal and cryogenic tanking on 2 occasions so far. The first time was scrubbed before any propellant loading could begin. The second time, NASA did succeed in loading about half of the liquid oxygen tank before calling off the test due to a valve issue. NASA decided to stand down from the countdown dress rehearsal for the Artemis 1 moon rocket to allow this mission, the Axiom 1 crew flight, to have an opportunity to launch today. Once this rocket is off the ground, NASA plans to resume the wet dress rehearsal, targeting no earlier than Monday for the next attempt to load super cold liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen into that Artemis 1 rocket. Spectacular aerial views from a helicopter now showing the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Now an internal view from a camera inside the cabin of the spacecraft. All 4 crew members now in their seats. This mission is set to last around 11 days if the launch occurs today. And the crew will spend roughly 9 or so of those days on board the space station. Assuming a launch today at 11:17 a.m., the Crew Dragon spacecraft is scheduled to make an automated docking with the Harmony module on the space station at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 11:45 UTC tomorrow. So roughly a 20-hour transit from pad 39A to the International Space Station for these 4 commercial astronauts.
SpaceX, Crew Dragon Endeavour here. We're ready for contract.
Copy Dragon, good morning. Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
That communication from SpaceX Mission Control with the Crew Dragon astronauts. They're about to verify a good voice communications link between the crew on board the spacecraft and SpaceX Mission Control out in Hawthorne, California.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
CDR has you loud and clear.
PLT, loud and clear.
MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
And core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is now complete. Stand by for ground station comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on the ground station.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on TDRS.
And core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, SpaceX, on countdown 1, comm check.
Good morning, Anna. I hear you loud and clear.
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD, on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground also. Good morning.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Hey, Mark, good to be with you this morning. You're loud and clear.
And good morning to you too, Michael. I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Endeavour, you're still loud and clear.
And LD Loud and clear. Godspeed the day, fellas. Let's go have some fun.
Indeed.
And Endeavour SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are now complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavour, we're ready for seat rotation.
Now T-minus 2 hours and 24 minutes. You've heard the communication loops between the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft and various stations on SpaceX's launch control and mission control teams. The voice checks you heard were between the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the crew operations responsible engineer, or the spacecraft communicator, at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. The crew members also conducted voice checks with the Launch Control Center. SpaceX's launch team is positioned over in Firing Room 4 of the Launch Control Center, across the street from our location here at Kennedy Space Center. A team of engineers in that room will oversee the entirety of the SpaceX Falcon 9 countdown. And after liftoff, responsibility will be passed to SpaceX Mission Control in California.
Okay, we're standing by.
That most recent call indicated that the seats on the Crew Dragon spacecraft are about to be rotated into their launch position. So you'll see the
initiating seat rotation.
You'll see the seats begin to be rotated momentarily here. This is designed to help keep the astronauts safe during the flight. Also gives the astronauts better access to the crew controls and the touchscreen controls inside the cockpit. And now you can see the seats being rotated into position.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Thanks, Arthur.
Those seats are now confirmed in launch position. You can see that
Dragon SpaceX.
rotation
With
brings
that, I can
the
give you a go
crew
to step
members
through section
up
3,
close
suit
to
leak
the
test preparation.
touchscreen controls inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft.
Copy, Arthur, we'll put that in work.
And you can see the astronauts are now closing the visors on their spacesuit helmets in preparation for suit leak checks.
SpaceX Endeavour, chair complete, ready for rechecks.
Copy Dragon. With that, I'll give you a go for Section 4, suit leak checks.
Skin work. SpaceX Endeavour, we see 4 good suit leak checks on board.
SpaceX copies and concurs for good suit leak checks. Closeout team will now ingress and perform final closeout steps and exit capsule. Please report when you are ready for closure of the side hatch per Section 5.
Welcome.
SpaceX's Falcon 9 countdown is just passing T-minus 2 hours and 15 minutes. In the last minute or so, we've heard confirmation from the launch pad that the suit leak checks were completed. This verified that the custom-made pressure suits that are being worn by the 4 Crew Dragon astronauts are holding pressure as designed. This will pave the way for the next major step in the countdown, which will be the final configuration of the crew cabin by the closeout crew out at SpaceX's launch pad. And then the Crew Dragon spacecraft's side hatch will be closed, followed by leak checks of the Dragon spacecraft itself to make sure the pressure vessel in which the 4 crew members are currently sitting will hold pressure as it climbs into space today. Liftoff remains scheduled for 11:17 and 12 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 15:17 UTC for those of you in other time zones, or 2 hours and 13 minutes and 48 seconds from now. Continuing to watch a live view of the Falcon 9 on pad 39A. This Falcon 9 rocket stands 215 feet tall, or 65 meters tall in this configuration with the Crew Dragon capsule. Falcon 9s with a payload fairing, like a mission that's carrying satellites into orbit, are a little bit taller at 229 feet. This view is from the Kennedy Space Center press site, showing the famous countdown clock and the flagpole overlooking the water in the turn basin, and then out on the horizon is pad 39A. News media representatives are gathering here. More and more people beginning to file into the press site as the launch time approaches. Weather conditions remain ideal for a launch here at the Kennedy Space Center with clear skies overhead. Winds are within limits, good visibility, and no rain showers or thunderstorms to speak of in the vicinity. At last report from SpaceX, the weather in the downrange corridor, the flight path that the Falcon 9 will follow to the northeast from the Kennedy Space Center today, is acceptable as well. Officials monitor sea states and winds all along that flight corridor along the eastern seaboard of the U.S. and then offshore of the Canadian Maritime provinces, and then across the North Atlantic over toward Ireland, to make sure that the seas and winds are within limits for a safe return and splashdown of the Crew Dragon spacecraft if necessary. This would occur in the event of an in-flight abort that would trigger the abort system, the escape system on the Crew Dragon to activate and push the capsule away from the Falcon 9 in the event of a major failure of the rocket during today's flight. This mission will be the 6th crew mission performed by SpaceX since that Demo 2 flight back in May of 2020, nearly 2 years ago. That mission used the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, the same vehicle that's sitting on top of the Falcon 9 awaiting liftoff today. Everything's still looking good for liftoff of Axiom's AX-1 commercial crew flight to the International Space Station, a little over 2 hours and 10 minutes away.
Dragon SpaceX for side hatch closure.
Go ahead.
All right, closeout team reports they're ready for side hatch closure. So looking for your go per section 5, step 5.2.
You definitely have our go.
And copy that, Dragon. Please stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. At this point on, ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
The Falcon 9 launch countdown is at T-minus 2 hours and counting. 2 hours left until liftoff of the AX-1 mission at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time, or 15:17 UTC. The latest status update on the countdown is that the closeout crew out at Pad 39A is beginning the process to close the side hatch on the Dragon spacecraft. The crew reported they were ready for hatch closure a couple of minutes ago, so that's expected to get underway momentarily. Now looking inside the white room, the SpaceX team has closed the hatch. They're now torquing the hatch to make sure it's tightly sealed and closed, and then the closeout team at the pad will then perform a leak check while the astronauts are inside to make sure the spacecraft is holding a good seal and holding pressure. And that's the final major task for the closeout team at the pad. After that, they'll tidy up and gather their tools and bags and then ride the elevator down to the pad surface and drive away to a fallback position. That'll leave the 4 private astronauts inside the Dragon spacecraft as the only people at the pad before SpaceX starts loading kerosene and liquid oxygen propellants into the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes. In this split screen, you can see on the left side the team
Dragon
working with the
SpaceX,
hatch.
With the side hatch now closed, we're going to commence.
Unfortunately, SpaceX is not giving us a clean, uninterrupted feed of the activities at the pad, so we can't bring in this to you in the resolution and detail that we would like. SpaceX and Axiom, their broadcast is including promotional videos alongside the real-time operations at the launch pad, so we're focusing on what's going on in real time at the pad. But we don't have a clean video feed from the white room, so we can't offer you this view in full screen. Now T-minus 1 hour and 52 minutes. Work inside the White Room continues, where the SpaceX closeout crew team members wearing these black coverall suits have closed the hatch. The next step underway at this point is the leak check of the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft to ensure it's holding pressure. This is the final major test of the spacecraft that the closeout crew will perform before they evacuate the launch pad. On the right side, inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft, you can see Commander Michael López-Alegría and pilot Larry Connor working with tablets in their laps as they sit in the seats inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. At the top of that view, you can see some of the cockpit touchscreen displays, as well as some of the limited number of switches that the crew has available to send manual commands to the spacecraft if necessary. If everything goes according to plan, the entire flight will be automated. The Crew Dragon will fly on autopilot from the time of liftoff until docking at the International Space Station. But the crew does have some limited commands they can send, such as deploying a parachute during reentry. They can also send a manual launch abort command. And of course, they also have controls there to adjust the lighting and the displays they're seeing on the touchscreen. The commander, Michael López-Alegría, has the ability to also take manual control of the rendezvous and docking to the International Space Station using the touchscreen controls in front of him here. But if everything goes by the book, that won't be necessary. The Crew Dragon computer will control all of those functions and glide the spacecraft in for docking at the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module at the space station. If the launch happens today, that docking is scheduled for 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 11:45 UTC tomorrow. Now, less than 1 hour and 50 minutes to go in this Axiom 1 countdown. As I mentioned earlier, the clocks you're seeing are slightly different. The upper right clock is real time. That's the clock we're receiving from NASA here at the Kennedy Space Center.
We're seeing some leak rate trending in the wrong direction, so we're going to reopen the side hatch temporarily, try and clean off that seal, and then reclose the side hatch to reperform the side hatch leak check. I'll copy.
Okay, Arthur, we copy and understand. Thanks.
If you're listening to the mission audio feed that we're streaming, you heard the communication between the SpaceX mission control team and the commander, Michael López-Alegría, inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, indicating that the closeout crew is about to reopen the hatch and then clean off some seals around the perimeter of that hatch to help ensure there's a good seal when the hatch is closed. The leak check underway at this point showed a leak rate trending in the quote-unquote wrong direction according to SpaceX mission control. This can occur. This is not unprecedented, and SpaceX can reopen that hatch and clean off some seals, close the hatch again, and then reperform this leak check. There is time in the countdown built in for a contingency like this. So not a showstopper at this point. It's just going to take some extra time for the team out there to reperform the leak check to make sure that the Crew Dragon spacecraft is holding pressure. And we'll stand by for an update from SpaceX Mission Control on that second leak check to see if the crew was indeed able to get a proper seal on the spacecraft's hatch. Now T-minus 1 hour and 36 minutes and counting. The closeout crew in the white room at Pad 39A continues to work with the Dragon hatch. They're troubleshooting a leak rate issue that was observed a few minutes ago. You can see the members of the closeout crew inspecting and cleaning some of the seals around the perimeter of that hatch to make sure they're free of debris. And then the team will close that hatch for a second time and then reperform the leak check to ensure the Dragon spacecraft is able to hold a proper seal and hold pressure for today's launch.
Dragon SpaceX, we are closing the side hatch again, and we'll step into the next round of side hatch leak checks.
Copy all SpaceX.
You're seeing the closeout crew, the team at Pad 39A, now closing the hatch to the Dragon spacecraft for a second time. Those SpaceX engineers and technicians wearing their black coveralls are now torquing the hatch to
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we have to recommence the health checks for the launch escape system with the second hatch closure. Expect a momentary flight computer state change.
So those team members are now torquing the hatch.
Copy, Arthur, stand by.
And then once that hatch is closed, they'll reperform the leak checks to ensure proper pressure inside the spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Go ahead, Arthur.
All right, MLA. While we continue through the side hatch leak check, it continues to look like a great day to fly. Dragon, Falcon, and 39 Alpha all look good to fly. Systems are nominal, and we have no deltas to the pre-briefed emergency deorbit sites.
That's about as good a report as we can ask for. Thanks.
I concur with that. And for awareness, we will be stepping into Falcon 9 operator comm check shortly.
Copy.
Dragon, GNC will begin the Falcon 9 operator comm check with you at this point. Go ahead, GNC.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
You're live and clear, Cyrus. How many?
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop, Endeavor, you're live and clear, Charles.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, Endeavor, good morning, call.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Loud and clear, Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, ground segment has you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Endeavor, you're live and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, comm check from chief engineer.
Good morning, Chief Engineer. This is Endeavor. You're live and clear.
This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering comm checks. Godspeed.
Thank you.
Now T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes. You're continuing to look on the left side of this screen inside the white room at pad 39A at the end of the crew access arm, where SpaceX's pad team is working through a second leak check of the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. The first leak check showed a decay rate that was somewhat higher than expected. So SpaceX elected to reopen the hatch, clean some seals around the edge of the hatch, and then close the door on the side of the Dragon spacecraft once again, and then reperform the leak check to see if this leak check is satisfactory. This has happened before on previous, at least one previous crew mission, where the leak check failed on its first attempt, and then after cleaning the seals, the spacecraft passed the second leak check. So SpaceX is hoping that's going to be the case again today. On the right side of this split screen from SpaceX is the view inside the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. You can see in the foreground Commander Michael López-Alegría, in the background pilot Larry Connor. López-Alegría, a veteran retired NASA astronaut with 258 days in space to his credit on 4 previous space missions. This will be his 5th flight to space and the first as a commercial astronaut, as an employee of Axiom Space, the company overseeing and managing this mission. Axiom contracted with SpaceX for transportation to the space station for this flight, and also has agreements with NASA to accommodate these 4 private citizens on the International Space Station for roughly 9 days. This is the first all-commercial or all-private mission to the space station. We just heard confirmation from SpaceX that the leak check, the second leak check, was satisfactory, so this is a great sign that the launch countdown will be able to proceed toward liftoff time of 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time.
Attention Falcon operators, at this time the propellant load and launch go, no-go pole is open at 57.83.
Dragon, SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Endeavour, we copy.
Dragon SpaceX. For awareness, we are cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
The Falcon 9 countdown is approaching the T-minus 60-minute mark. This view shows the press site clock at the Kennedy Space Center, just passing T-minus 60 minutes and counting. The latest report from SpaceX indicates that the pad team that was dispatched out to the launch complex to help the Axiom 1 mission astronauts board the Crew Dragon spacecraft have finished their work. They're evacuating the pad at this time, moving back to a safe fallback position before SpaceX begins loading kerosene and liquid oxygen propellants into the Falcon 9 out at pad 39A. This mission is carrying 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. Their mission is set to last around 11 days. Around 9 of those days will be spent on board the ISS. Commander Michael López-Alegría leads the crew. He's a veteran and retired NASA astronaut with 4 previous missions to his credit, 3 on the space shuttle and 1 on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. He's joining 3 spaceflight rookies. All 3 of these spaceflight rookies are paying passengers of Axiom Space. López-Alegría is now a commercial astronaut employed by Axiom. We're going to play a video now of the crew members introducing themselves from a press conference that was held last week. You will hear Michael López-Alegría, pilot Larry Connor, and mission specialists Eytan Stibbe and Mark Pathy talk about how they're feeling as they prepare to head to space for the first time.
This is opening a new era in human spaceflight. We are taking the first step in a next generation platform initiative that's going to bring working, living, and research in space to a much broader and more international audience. I think any time you get to go to space is an amazing opportunity, and it's ever sweeter for me looking back on my career as a NASA astronaut and having savored those experiences over the years. And for somebody who, when I left NASA 10 years ago, I became a very strong advocate for and believer in commercial spaceflight in general and commercial human spaceflight in particular, this is borderlines on storybook for me. It's been a real privilege to work and train alongside these 3 remarkable gentlemen. We have spent countless hours in simulations, in technical training, in hands-on training, and they have brought unbelievable commitment, discipline, and an eagerness to learn to the endeavor. And I can say with zero hesitation that we are ready to fly. The teams, starting with NASA, SpaceX, Operator Solutions, all of the educational and research institutions around the world have performed near miracles to get us to where we are today. And it's been especially gratifying to see the Axiom team, whose numbers you could count on one hand when I started, grow and gel and pull this mission together. So when I was a kid and I was so inspired by the early manned missions that NASA had put in the first 3 Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo missions, it was such an inspiration to me, and to be able to participate in what I think is opening the next chapter is truly an honor. Back to you, Bettina.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Larry Connor, our pilot.
Thanks to all of you for joining us. 3 thoughts. First, expectations. When we started our training over a year ago, Axiom did, in my view, a great job outlining high expectations and standards for this first mission. I believe we will meet those standards. Second, I think it's important to address the difference between space tourists and private astronauts. Our feeling is with a space tourist, they'll spend 10 or 15 hours training, 5 to 10 minutes in space. And by the way, that's fine. In our case, depending upon our role, we've spent anywhere from 750 to over 1,000 hours training. Additionally, across all of the astronauts here, we're going to do some 25 different experiments encompassing over 100 hours of research on the 8 days we're on the ISS. Lastly, I think I speak for all of us that we understand this first civilian mission is a big honor and a big opportunity. But with that comes a big responsibility. That is to execute the mission correctly and successfully.
Thank you so much, Larry. Next, we'll turn it over to Eytan Stibbe.
Thank you, Bettina. To be a part of this unique crew is a proof for me that there is no dream beyond reach. And that is the motto of my mission in space, the work plan I have for me in space, which is called Rakia. Rakia was assembled by its participants, and all of them contributed a portion of the workload that I will do there, including the Ramon Foundation, the Ministry of Technology and Science, the Israeli Space Agency, hospitals, scholars, artists, children. They all took part in assembling this very interesting work plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Mark Pathy, our mission specialist.
Thanks, Bettina. I'll start by just saying that sitting here with my crewmates who I've become really close with over the past year or so of preparation, this close to launch, it's really exciting. It's been a really, at times, very intense year, but incredibly stimulating, and the best is yet to come. I'd say people often note that, people who've been to space often note that going to space is something that can be life-changing. And I have to say, for me, this past year, it has already been life-changing for me. And we haven't even launched yet. So really excited about what's still to come. I'm especially pumped about my on-orbit activities and research. I've got a full slate of activities in areas that I'm particularly passionate about: health sciences, innovation and technology, education, the environment. And I'm really hoping that I and my colleagues who are all involved in similar types of activities are able to help make meaningful advances in those areas, as well, of course, as having a really profound personal experience. So just want to say thanks to the various organizations and, of course, many individuals who helped get us here. We're primed for success and ready to go. Light it up.
Now, T-minus 51 minutes and 43 seconds. You just heard from the 4 people who are now seated inside the crew cabin on the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft out at pad 39A. Michael López-Alegría, Larry Connor, Eytan Stibbe, and Mark Pathy in their seats inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft. 51 minutes and change from liftoff. A few minutes ago, we heard a report from Commander López-Alegría on the Dragon spacecraft that the crew is go for launch, so these 4 commercial astronauts are ready to fly today. Right now, the SpaceX launch team over in firing room 4 of the Launch Control Center is being polled electronically for their go or no-go status to proceed into the terminal countdown and to proceed with launch. This is the final pre-launch poll of the SpaceX launch team over in firing room 4. Once that poll is complete, if the result is go, the crew access arm will be retracted away from the Crew Dragon spacecraft out at the pad. The launch escape system, consisting of Super Draco thrusters around the circumference of the Crew Dragon spacecraft, will be armed. These are the rocket engines that would push the Dragon spacecraft away from the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an in-flight emergency or a rocket failure. And then that will set the stage for the start of propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, around 15 minutes from now. The Falcon 9 will be loaded with kerosene and liquid oxygen while the astronauts are in their seats on top of the rocket inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The propellant loading process from start to finish will take roughly 33 minutes until those final oxidizer tanks are secured for flight around T-minus 2 minutes or so, leading up to liftoff at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 11:17 and 12 seconds to be precise. And that converts to 15:17 UTC for those of you in other time zones. No technical issues have been reported at this point in the countdown. Weather continues to be favorable. We're just standing by for that final confirmation of a go or no-go for propellant loading.
Attention operators on countdown. The propellant load and launch go, no-go poll is complete. At this time, we are go for propellant load and launch. Standby for hold and launch escape protocol.
SpaceX reports
For
the
non-urgent
go, no-go poll.
Brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. For those operators in firing group 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators noted in 57.83 will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, Evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Firing Room 4 and MCCX will go into a sterile cockpit and lock down for the duration of the time the launch escape system is armed. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Over that, arming crew arm for movement. Crew access arm retraction started.
In the last minute or so, you've been hearing discussion from the SpaceX launch team, the final pre-launch poll of the team in Firing Room 4 gave a go for propellant loading and launch, and now the crew access arm is being moved away from the Dragon spacecraft.
Step into LES arming, I need you to verify that the elastic bands are over the corners of all of the iPads in the vehicle.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavour, Arthur, I can confirm that the elastic band on the satchels are around the tablets and also.
All right, copy that. Thank you, MLA. And for awareness, that last call came in pretty quiet, so if you could speak up on the upcoming calls, that'd be great. Thanks.
You're seeing a split screen of a view on the right inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft, the view on the left of the spacecraft from the exterior from a camera on the launch pad tower. The crew access arm is in process of retracting away from the Crew Dragon spacecraft back to its launch position. And also at this time, the launch escape system is being armed. These are the Super Draco thrusters, very powerful rocket engines that would activate in nearly an instant in the event of an in-flight abort that could be triggered by a rocket failure during the climb to space today. And all this is in preparation for the start of propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. And we just heard the crew access arm retract is complete. This launch escape system is armed throughout the rest of the countdown and would be used also to push the spacecraft and its astronaut crew away from the launch pad and the rocket in the event of a mishap during propellant loading during the countdown.
Endeavour, SpaceX for launch escape system.
Go ahead, Arthur.
All right, MLA, at this time I can give you a go to step through section 7 of 4.100, close visors and arm the launch escape system.
That should work. SpaceX Endeavour, visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy, SpaceX.
And we've heard confirmation from SpaceX Mission Control that the launch escape system is armed. These are the Super Draco thrusters that would burn hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide propellants to rapidly push the Dragon spacecraft away from the Falcon 9 rocket in the event of an in-flight abort or a pad abort.
Venting Falcon 9 tanks for propellant load. Propellant load is started.
The countdown clock just passed the T-minus 35 minute point, and propellants are now being pumped into the Falcon 9 rocket. Kerosene and liquid oxygen now flowing into the two-stage launcher out at pad 39A. Both stages consume the same mix of propellants. The propellant loading process begins with loading of kerosene and liquid oxygen into the first stage, and also kerosene alone into the second stage. The liquid oxygen supply to stage 2 will begin flowing at T-minus 16 minutes. So 3 of the 4 propellant tanks now being loaded in parallel. High pressure gas, helium, is also being loaded into the Falcon 9. This is used as a pressurant to maintain the proper operating parameters inside those propellant tanks during the rest of the countdown throughout the fueling process, as well as the flight into space. So pressurant and propellant now being loaded into the Falcon 9. T-minus 33 minutes and 20 seconds. As we mentioned earlier, the launch escape system is armed. The pad team has evacuated the vicinity around Launch Complex 39A. So the only people out there now are this 4-man crew on the AX-1 mission, commanded by Michael López-Alegría, with pilot Larry Connor and mission specialists Eytan Stibbe and Mark Pathy. Now less than 33 minutes to go. Everything looking good for launch at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 15:17 UTC.
Start of stage 1 cryohelium loading.
That latest call from SpaceX's launch team indicates that cryogenic helium, this is the pressurant, is now confirmed to be is in the process of being loaded into the Falcon 9. This is operating in parallel with the loading of kerosene and liquid oxygen. In total, around 46,000 gallons of kerosene fuel will be loaded into the two-stage Falcon 9. That kerosene loading will conclude around T-minus 5 minutes, just prior to the T-minus 5 minute point to be precise, and then the liquid oxygen loading will terminate at T-minus 2 minutes. So we're still in the beginning phases of this propellant loading process. All told, around 1 million pounds of propellant will be pumped into the Falcon 9 over the next 25 minutes or so. Now you're now seeing a view from SpaceX's drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas floating in the Atlantic Ocean around 340 miles or a little over 500 kilometers downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Now back on a live view of pad 39A. You can see an airplane contrail being blown across the sky now in this view by the upper level winds. However, you can see this contrail moving, but the upper level winds are favorable for launch today. No issues with wind shears aloft. Weather here at the surface at the Kennedy Space Center is ideal for launch.
Start of stage 2.
Clear skies. Winds are within limits, good visibility. No rainfall or thunderstorms nearby. Everything looking good weather-wise for launch at 11:17 a.m. We just heard confirmation moments ago that cryo-helium load, this is the cryogenic pressurant, is now being loaded into stage 2. We heard a few minutes ago it was being loaded into stage 1. That's the next step in the countdown on this pre-launch checklist leading up to T0 or launch time of 11:17 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. T-minus 22 minutes and 10 seconds. The propellant loading process is continuing to proceed at this time. In the next 90 seconds or so, the RP1 tank on stage 2, this is the kerosene that's being loaded into the second stage, will be fully loaded. That'll mark the completion of the first phase of this fueling process. That upper stage kerosene tank is the first tank to be fully loaded in this countdown. We should hear that call out in the next minute or a minute and a half or so. And following that, we will see a big vent from the strongback structure out at pad 39A. You'll see a stream of white vapor streaming away from the Falcon 9 and the strongback. That is gaseous oxygen that's being flowed through the transfer lines leading up the strongback tower. This is this vent will mark the start of a purge and chill down process to condition those lines to begin liquid oxygen loading into the second stage. That begins at T-minus 16 minutes, but we'll see this vapor vent around T-minus 20 minutes and 15 seconds or so, so we'll stand by to see that momentarily.
Stage 2, RP load is complete.
And you're now seeing those vapors venting away from the strongback. This is a normal occurrence at this point in every SpaceX Falcon 9 countdown. We are to call out from SpaceX's launch controller that the RP1 load into stage 2 is completed, so this means the kerosene is fully loaded into the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. Kerosene and liquid oxygen continue flowing into the first stage at this time, and we're about 3 to 3.5 minutes away from the start of liquid oxygen loading into the second stage. Now, inside of 20 minutes until liftoff. Now T-minus 16 minutes and 20 seconds. We've heard confirmation from SpaceX's team over in firing room 4 of the Launch Control Center that the LOX loading on stage 2 is underway. This is the liquid oxygen flow into stage 2. The second stage is a Merlin engine. The Merlin vacuum engine will consume this liquid oxygen in combination with kerosene, which is already loaded into the rocket. Propellant loading into the first stage continues at this time as well. This particular first stage is numbered 1062 in SpaceX's fleet of reusable first stage boosters. It's flown 4 times before. This will be its 5th flight to space today. It debuted back on November 5th of 2020 with the launch of the U.S. Space Force's GPS 3-4 navigation satellite. It launched again with the next GPS satellite from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral last June. And notably, it flew again on its 3rd flight on September 14th of 2021 with the all-commercial, all-private Inspiration 4 mission, which in a way was a precursor to this Axiom flight. Inspiration 4 was the first orbital space flight to carry people were all private citizens. It was an all-commercial flight without any government involvement. And the distinction with the AX-1 mission launching today is it's the first all-commercial flight to actually visit the space station. Inspiration 4 was a 3-day free-flyer mission that did not go to the space station. This booster's most recent flight was on January 6th from Pad 39A, the same pad it's on today, carrying a batch of Starlink internet satellites to orbit for SpaceX's broadband network. Now, T-minus 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Just to recap, the countdown this morning has gone very smoothly. The weather conditions are cooperating with SpaceX and Axiom's launch schedule to fly this mission today. We haven't heard any reports of any technical issues to speak of. T-minus 14 minutes and counting. T-minus 13 minutes and 30 seconds. The Falcon 9 you're seeing out on Pad 40 stands 215 feet or 65 meters tall, measures about 12 feet in diameter. The first stage is powered by 9 Merlin 1D main engines. Those engines will collectively generate about 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Those engines burn kerosene and liquid oxygen, and those propellants are currently being loaded into the Falcon 9. In a couple of minutes, around T-minus 10 minutes, Dragon Commander Michael López-Alegría will confirm that the crew's cockpit displays are properly configured for launch. He and pilot Larry Connor will be monitoring Dragon systems during the climb to space this morning using a touchscreen display inside the Dragon cockpit. Today's mission will mark the 147th flight of a Falcon 9 rocket since June of 2010, when the first Falcon 9 made its test flight from here at Cape Canaveral. It'll be the 46th SpaceX launch to take off from this pad, Pad 39A, the historic launch complex that was used during the Apollo moon program for Saturn V launches. It also hosted the first and last space shuttle launches in 1981 and 2011. It's the 140th launch overall from this pad, including Falcon 9s, Falcon Heavies, space shuttles, and Saturn V rockets. And it's the 6th SpaceX launch to carry humans into space. This particular mission will be flying with the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. The Crew Dragon Endeavour will be making its third flight to space today. And just to round out the statistics for today's flight, this will be the 13th Falcon 9 launch of the year, and the 14th orbital launch to be based out of Cape Canaveral or the Kennedy Space Center so far in 2022. The clock just passed T-minus 11 minutes, so we should hear confirmation soon of the Dragon cockpit displays are properly configured for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA, and on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its third flight to the International Space Station. Axiom 1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eytan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות, and a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eytan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. You know, the first time was always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Seth for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the amount of miracles that they've performed. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred, if metaphorically, by the best sweat and blood, and you strive valiantly. You will have no place with the cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.
Stage 1 engine chill has started. Stage 1 RP load is complete.
Now passing T-minus 6 minutes and counting. You heard a few moments ago some communication between Dragon Commander Michael López-Alegría and Launch Control, as well as a statement made in Hebrew and English by Eytan Stibbe, a mission specialist on this AX-1 mission. He's a native of Israel and a former fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force. Now, T-minus 5 minutes and 15 seconds. T-minus 5 minutes and counting. For confirmation that the Dragon spacecraft is configured for the terminal countdown. At this time, the Falcon 9 rocket is also fully loaded with 46,000 gallons of rocket-grade, highly refined kerosene, known as RP1. Liquid oxygen will continue flowing until T-minus 2 minutes. In a few moments, we'll see the strong back structure at pad 39A begin retracting away from the Falcon 9. It'll move back about 1.5 degrees from its current position flush up against the rocket. You'll see the clamps on the strong back open momentarily to begin this retraction. And there they are, the clamps opening. The strong back will lean back slightly, again about to an angle of about 1.5 degrees. Now T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds. You can see that strong back in motion, and it's just stopped its motion. Now at an angle of about 1.5 degrees. The stage 1 liquid oxygen tank is confirmed fully loaded. We should hear the same call out for stage 2 liquid oxygen in a few seconds. Also in the past few minutes, the Falcon 9's guidance system and automatic flight safety system has been verified ready for flight. The Dragon spacecraft is now confirmed on internal power. T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Everything looking good. T-minus 2 minutes and 10 seconds. T-minus 1 minute 50 seconds. The second stage liquid oxygen tank is fully loaded. T-minus 1 minute inside of 60 seconds. The Falcon 9 is now in startup mode. It's now transitioning to its onboard power supply. The Falcon 9 computer now controlling the countdown. T-minus 33 seconds. The propellant tanks are being pressurized on the Falcon 9 rocket, bringing these kerosene and liquid oxygen tanks up to flight pressure. T-minus 25. T-minus 10 seconds. Standing by for engine start. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon Endeavour spacecraft with a crew of 4 pioneering private astronauts on the first fully commercial mission to the International Space Station. Everything looking good. The Falcon 9 making its vertical climb away from Pad 39A. 4 commercial astronauts en route on a 20.5-hour flight to the International Space Station. Spectacular ascent for the Falcon 9 so far. Falcon 9 now supersonic. It's past max Q, the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure, now T plus 2 minutes. Big rumble, I hope you could hear that on our video stream. Big rumble from the Falcon 9 as it headed off the pad. Now around 20 seconds left to go in this first stage burn. Standing by for main engine cutoff. Those main engines throttling down to maintain a 3G limit for the crew on board. And there's main engine cutoff. Standing by for staging. Stage separation is confirmed. And in ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine. Spectacular view on the right side from a camera on the second stage showing Cape Canaveral with the rocket plume just hovering above the launch site. Beautiful day for a launch. Beautiful views from space now from both stages. Cameras on both stages on the left side, a down-facing camera on the booster as it begins its flight back to Earth to a landing on the drone ship downrange northeast of the Cape. On the right, the Merlin vacuum engine firing more than 200,000 pounds of thrust coming out of that engine to power the Crew Dragon with the 4 private astronauts into orbit. Now, T plus 4 minutes and 10 seconds, we've heard confirmation that a downrange tracking station in Bermuda is now receiving signals from the Falcon 9. This is the next ground station downrange from the Cape. The second stage now passing 8,400 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 177 kilometers. Heading downrange, you can see a view of the 4 Axiom 1 mission astronauts inside the Crew Dragon with their helmet visors down, enjoying the ride to space. A downrange tracking station in New Hampshire now receiving signals from the Falcon 9 rocket. The Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon heading northeast, flying roughly parallel to the U.S. East Coast. It'll be heading out off the coast of the Canadian Maritime Provinces, then over the Atlantic Ocean. This trajectory is necessary to line the rocket up with the International Space Station's flight track, ground track. T plus 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So far, all the calls between the crew and mission control are as expected. The trajectory is reported as nominal. So the Falcon 9 hitting its marks. Another trajectory nominal call just now from SpaceX mission control. T plus 6 minutes. T plus 6 minutes and 50 seconds. We're continuing to see spectacular views from both stages of the Falcon 9. On the left side, you can see the first stage making its descent, heading toward those clouds. You can see those clouds growing bigger in the field of view. It's targeting a landing on the drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas, parked about 340 miles or around 545 kilometers northeast of Kennedy Space Center. And there's the entry burn, 3 of those Merlin engines on the bottom of the first stage now firing to slow down its descent. This booster has flown 4 times before, now making its 5th flight today, heading for its 5th landing on a drone ship. And there's shutdown of the entry burn. Those 3 engines have done their job. The next burn from the first stage will be a landing burn using the center engine of those 9 engines on the bottom of the first stage. Second stage on the right, continuing to hit its marks, accelerating into orbit just past 22,000 kilometers per hour. Less than a minute to go in this second stage burn, and about a minute, a little less than a minute also until first stage landing. And there's shutdown confirmed of the Merlin vacuum engine. Dragon is in orbit. Standing by for first stage landing. First stage landing confirmed. Booster 1062 is on the deck of a shortfall of gravitas in the Atlantic Ocean. This is the 5th flight for this booster. 5th flight in the books. And we've, in parallel, at the same time as that occurrence, we heard confirmation that the Crew Dragon spacecraft is in the expected orbit. And Commander Michael López-Alegría in space for his 5th mission, radioed down that the crew is in 0G, and I feel fine, he said, to quote astronaut John Glenn, the famous comment John Glenn made on his first space mission back in 1962. We're standing by for the next major event, which will be separation of the Dragon spacecraft. Coming up momentarily now, we'll see the Dragon spacecraft. This view comes from, the view we just saw came from a forward-facing camera on the 2nd stage. It will show the Dragon spacecraft as it releases from the rocket. And there's Dragon separation, Crew Dragon Endeavour, with Michael López-Alegría, Larry Connor, Eytan Stibbe, and Mark Pathy flying free of the Falcon 9 in orbit.
On behalf of the Falcon 9 team, welcome to space. Thanks for flying Falcon 9. You guys enjoy your trip to that wonderful space station in the sky. Do some great research for us. We'll look to see you back here underground. Now stand by for some words from LD.
And MLA and the rest of the crew Endeavor, glad we got to have some fun this morning. We'll probably be calling an early weekend over here at the Cape. Pass you over to Anna and the team. You'll be in good hands. Godspeed, Endeavor. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Cheers.
Hey, Mark. It was a lot of fun. I venture to guess we had a little bit more than you did. We thank you and your launch team, Gerst, you and the Falcon 9 team. It was a hell of a ride, and we're looking forward to the next 10 days.
And expected loss of signal, Bermuda and New Hampshire.
Dragon SpaceX, we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy, Arthur.
You're seeing views inside the crew cabin. The 4 private astronauts are opening their helmet visors after arriving in zero gravity. They're safely in orbit. Everyone appears to be in good shape. This about over-the-shoulder view just a moment ago showing the touchscreen display. And then now this view did show a view of the Dragon spacecraft from the Falcon 9 upper stage. You can see the rocket and Crew Dragon now over the North Atlantic Ocean between the Canadian Maritime Provinces and Ireland. T plus 15 minutes. The next step will be the beginning of the nose cone opening process. This nose cone will open to reveal the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking mechanism for the spacecraft to link up with the International Space Station.
And expected loss of signal, Newfoundland. And acquisition signal, Goonhilly. Acquisition signal, Oakhanger.
The Crew Dragon spacecraft now passing in range of ground tracking stations in the United Kingdom, completing its first transatlantic crossing in less than 20 minutes. as the crew members begin to be acclimated to zero gravity and the environment of space. Later on today, they will be instructed and given a go to take off their launch spacesuits. These are the suits they wore during the climb to space. Meanwhile, the second stage, now flying separately from the Dragon, will perform a deorbit burn at T plus 45 minutes to drive itself back into the atmosphere and burn up. This is a measure intended to reduce this mission's contribution to the problem of space junk. The 4 private astronauts on board the Dragon will have an opportunity for a crew meal, and then they are scheduled to go to sleep around 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 2200 UTC. While they're asleep, the Dragon will continue to perform automated rendezvous burns, and they'll wake up around 2:15 a.m. Eastern Time, or 06:15 UTC tomorrow morning, to get ready for the docking with the International Space Station. That docking should be fully automated, but the crew has the ability to intervene and take manual control if required. Docking at the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module at the International Space Station is scheduled for 7:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 11:45 UTC. And then a couple of hours later, those 4 crew members are due to enter the space station. They'll open hatches and float through the passageway and through the docking system into the space station's Harmony module. That's scheduled roughly around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts. For awareness, the upcoming burn is a phase burn per your forward view.
Copy, Arthur, and for your awareness, your visors up and 4 healthy and happy campers, okay.
Copy on Malay, that's great news.
That exchange between the SpaceX spacecraft communicator at Mission Control Hawthorne and the Dragon commander Michael López-Alegría. Confirming that the nose cone on the forward end of the Crew Dragon spacecraft has opened. This is an important milestone to reveal the docking mechanism and navigation rendezvous sensors, all mounted on the forward end of the Dragon spacecraft. Also reveals the forward bulkhead thrusters that will be used for a lot of the significant and crucial rendezvous burns to fine-tune the spacecraft's approach to the space station over the next 20 hours. Checkouts of those thrusters have been completed successfully, according to SpaceX Mission Control. Mike López-Alegría on board the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft also confirmed that the crew is healthy. They've got their visors open. And as I mentioned earlier, in a short while they'll have an opportunity to take off their suits and change into something more comfortable. They'll be able to have a meal and then go to sleep. In roughly 6 hours or so, their sleep shift should begin. Now T plus 25 minutes. Everything looking good for this start to this Axiom 1 mission. The Falcon 9 rocket successfully launched from Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time, or 15:17 UTC. You're looking at a live view now of the empty pad at Pad 39A. The strong back in its swung back position. This strong back retracts away from the Falcon 9 at liftoff. It's still venting a little bit of vapor, likely gaseous oxygen left in some of those lines on the strong back being vented away. SpaceX will not waste much time reconfiguring this pad for its next mission. The next SpaceX launch from Florida is scheduled for no earlier than April 21st, although there's discussion of potentially moving that launch to April 23rd. This launch is the next crew flight to the space station, the Crew 4 mission carrying 3 NASA astronauts and a European Space Agency astronaut on a mission to the space station that's scheduled to last between 4 and 5 months.
Dragon, SpaceX, 4 suit off.
So today's launch carried the Axiom AX-1 crew to space. This mission is going to last approximately 11 days. The docking with the space station is scheduled Saturday morning, and the crew will return to Earth for a splashdown off the coast of Florida around April 19th, weather permitting. And then following that, a few days later, SpaceX and NASA will be launching the next long-duration crew to the space station from this same pad, 39A, here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch dates under review for that mission are either April 21st or April 23rd at this time. So that strong back will be lowered soon and then returned to the hangar at the southern perimeter of Pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 rocket that's going to be carrying the next crew to the space station is already in that hangar. And the plan is for the SpaceX ground team to lift that rocket onto the transporter erector arm or strong back. The team in the hangar will also, before they put the rocket on the strong back, they'll be mating the Crew Dragon spacecraft to the rocket. And then the entire fully integrated Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, virtually identical to the one you saw fly today, will be rolled out to Pad 39A a few days before liftoff. So that's coming up right around the corner in just a couple of weeks. We'll see the launch, and the rollout will actually be less than that. At Launch Complex 39B, just about 1.6 miles north of Pad 39A, is the Space Launch System. This is NASA's giant new moon rocket. Stands 322 feet or 98 meters tall out on Pad B. With the Axiom 1 mission safely in space, the attention here at Kennedy Space Center will turn to a countdown dress rehearsal for the Artemis 1 moon rocket. This will be the third go at it after a pair of countdowns last weekend on Sunday and Monday, actually. Were called off before the Falcon, the Space Launch System could be fully loaded with its cryogenic supply of propellant. NASA's launch team wants to get through that cryogenic fueling process. They'll try again on Monday, no earlier than Monday, to load propellant into the Space Launch System. This is a rehearsal in preparation for the launch of this rocket, the first launch of this new vehicle later this year. A critical rehearsal to ensure that the Space Launch System and the ground facilities at Pad 39B are all ready to go for that Artemis 1 launch. So we'll be covering that wet dress rehearsal for the Space Launch System next week, no earlier than Monday. We'll be here at the Kennedy Space Center to provide updates on the progress of that countdown rehearsal. Aside from the Space Launch System rehearsal, we'll be covering a series of upcoming launches. The next launch with a confirmed date on our calendar is on April 15th, a week from today, at 5:59 a.m. Pacific Time or 8:59 a.m. Eastern Time. A Falcon 9 rocket is scheduled to lift off from Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, carrying a classified payload into orbit for the National Reconnaissance Office. The NRO is the U.S. government's spy satellite agency. The cargo on this mission is top secret, classified, but we do know it is carrying a payload for the National Reconnaissance Office. The mission is designated NROL 85. Following that, no earlier than April 19th, the same day as the AX-1 landing, the landing of this mission that launched today, the same day, Rocket Lab is scheduled to launch an Electron rocket from New Zealand with a multi-payload rideshare mission carrying 34 small satellites into orbit. This will launch from New Zealand, from Rocket Lab's commercial spaceport down there. And of note for this mission, this will be the first flight that Rocket Lab attempts to catch the Electron's first stage booster with a helicopter, so that'll be an exciting mission to follow as Rocket Lab makes progress in its rocket recovery and reuse program. I mentioned before the Falcon 9 launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. The next one is scheduled for no earlier than April 21st, although there is a good possibility this could be moved to April 23rd, with a Crew 4 mission carrying 4 astronauts up to the space station. And then that will be followed very soon thereafter by another Falcon 9 launch in late April from Space Launch Complex 40, just down the road at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, with the next batch of Starlink internet satellites for SpaceX's broadband network. So there are other launches that may be occurring during this time, but we don't have confirmed schedules or dates for those. But these are the next confirmed launches that we're tracking on our launch schedule. We hope you'll join us for each and every one of those launches. If you want to contribute to our coverage, you can go to our homepage at spaceflightnow.com and click the Members tab at the top of the page. Any contribution you can offer and to become a Spaceflight Now member, it would be greatly appreciated. It goes directly to support and expand our coverage of launches here at the Kennedy Space Center and at Cape Canaveral and other locations around the world. So we do hope you will consider becoming a Spaceflight Now member. Now, 33 minutes since the launch of the AX-1 mission. Everything looks good so far with this flight to the space station. We'll be back with with the live coverage of the docking of the Crew Dragon spacecraft at the space station tomorrow morning. Docking is scheduled at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, so check our social media feeds and spaceflightnow.com for live coverage of that event. And the next time I'll be doing live voice commentary will be the Space Launch System wet dress rehearsal, targeted for no earlier than Monday. Until then, I'm Stephen Clark reporting live from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Thanks for joining us.